Hi, friends. Hi, it's me, Scott. I know the office is still a mess. Who could have foreseen that? I'm shocked. Um, in my, I don't know why. I was about to make some kind of excuse, but hey, I'm not even gonna bother. We're gonna work on Scoreboard. I shouldn't be working on it. Terrier, how's it going, buddy? Sorry, this isn't a Sudoku stream. You might be in the wrong place. So, if you're like, this is it. You might be looking for the Sudoku category. I want to play Sudoku. I don't want to work on this. Kind of like Sudoku, though, in a way. There's a grid. Have you gotten to the point that you like when you close your eyes to go to sleep, you just see Sudoku? Have you hit that point yet? Because I think I'm approaching it. Anyway, we got a bit of work to do on Scoreboard on the software. I'm hoping to call the software done today. It's my ambition today. I'm even gonna make a list. We'll check things off that list. So let's switch here. That beautiful wallpaper. Well, that's not wallpaper. Well, that's kind of pretty. It's not really my style of wallpaper, but this is, don't look at this file. This is a secret. Don't look at it. Get over here. I think that's fine. Scoreboard. Wait, did you try it? Did you try the... Draclin posted the Sidurtle or Quaswordle. We played it on stream last night. It's not very good. I think it's a stretch to call it Sudoku, honestly. I mean, it does... There is... I don't know. I think it's a stretch to call it Sudoku. I didn't really enjoy it. Should we play a quick game of it? Sidurtle? What's it called? I forgot. Crosswordle? After I've just said that I didn't think it was very good, let's do it. Yeah, I know. It's not... Oh, so I see. So you're trying to come up with a better version. So you did look at this. Yeah, I wasn't really moved by this, honestly. I mean... And what I don't know is if there really is a way to... Like, is there a perfectly right answer? I was not clear on that. It didn't feel like it. It felt like, you know, whereas a Sudoku you're working towards specificity did not feel like there's specificity here. Like, so these letters are from E, F, N, and D. The thing is, I think you can do this. There is something that's kind of interesting as far as like the relationships of these things. Like, you know, one of these, I think they enforce kind of a trickle down where you can't like these are not these two. I don't think. I think you can say that this is the I. And I think you can say this is the I. I think that is a requirement of the way they have constructed this. And so I'm trying to see if there's like, it may be that there's some constraint that is enforced by these that I'm just not good at spotting. Like, in thinking about what could be here. What could be here is going to end up here. Right? So this is not the N. That's not... Well, because it could end up here, couldn't it? Sorry, maybe what I just said isn't true. The I goes here. So this goes either here or here. But I don't know if we know which. Like, it feels sort of like this. Oh, well, I think that's the point. Is that this couldn't be F and N in the wrong order. I think it kind of requires this. I might be wrong. Like, why can't I do that? You have an invalid row. Oh, because addict is 2 Ds. Sorry, I just can't spell. Adios. Interesting. Okay, Terry, make it. I'll play it. Make it. I'll play it. I just don't like the. I don't know. I'm just not very good at this. I'm not especially good at Wordle. Actually, I would say I'm pretty good at spelling bee, where you have letters and you need to make words. I like spelling bee. I much prefer spelling bee to Wordle. I play spelling bee basically every day with my partner. But now I'm kind of curious. Like, what could this be? It can't be edict. It can't be idiot. I'm sure there's some extremely... I don't like the D here. I've decided I don't like the D here. The thing is, though, can that, like, could this be the N? Because then the N has to go somewhere here. I guess that puts the N here. And then this is then either, we have the I and the N. Gets a little weird with like what the letters are though, honestly. The E. Now you got me playing this puzzle I don't even like. I believe in you, Terry. You can make it. Make it your life's mission. It's not snipe. Oh, maybe I don't like the N either. I don't know. I'm not good. I'm obviously not good at this. The F sounds hard though. D couldn't be the E. Could it be the E? I guess it could be, but that doesn't seem. But you could have like, no, you can't have rain because then the N would be. I don't know. I'm just trying to decide what letter I want this to be. I think that the I feels forced. What seems like the least annoying letter for this to be? F seems a little tricky. Like, this could be a fire. No, because of the E. Affirm. How about affirm? Affirm? Does affirm have 2 Fs? It helps if you can spell, it turns out. This is not what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm doing it anyway. Okay, I apologize for just badly doing this puzzle, but... Oh, you started at the top and worked down? That feels harder to me. I mean, this feels like the place that is actually the difficult part. And I feel like we know it ends in an I. I guess we don't. Because it could end in one of the other... But I'd say, like this, we're just going to know this based on what we choose here, right? We get that for free. I seems a little weird. So maybe I is not the best thing to pick. N seems fine here and here, right? And I just have to think of a word. I mean... Is that true that this has to be the I? Because we have to have had the I. I think that's a requirement. I don't know. That seems weird. And now, you know, units. And now we need another letter that we like. So what are we going to pull up here? The D is, that actually becomes a little tricky with the E. So we got the E and the I. Oh, we need the N though. I mean, this is like, so if we did the D, okay, this has to be the N, right? That is a requirement. I'm just bad at this. Because that couldn't be DE, DY. If we do the N this way, this is required. And we couldn't carry. That's kind of interesting, because does this mean this could never be the D? I guess you could do this. Well, you kind of can't. I mean, you could do this. Well, you can't. So I think you can't do that with the D. You could do the D. I mean, you could end up with the I here, but that seems horrible. Is there no undo? Are you serious? Oh my gosh. Cindy. Oh my gosh. I'm bad at this. I'm doing a bad job, everybody. Oh my gosh. Well, but I think I don't like that, honestly. I'd actually, this is what I mentioned to Draken last night. I don't think I like there being more than one answer, because you're not moving towards clear specificity. There's ambiguity. I feel like it would be easier for me to be moving towards specificity. Just the way my brain works, I just am like, it just feels like there's like a little bit too much of like puzzling. Does it fit this way? Does it fit this way? Versus like clear, logical. I mean, I'm sure you could if you just really sat and stared at this and tried. I mean, this kind of forces this forces the N if we do it this way. This doesn't necessarily force the D here, but like, what would that be? What is the interplay? I guess picking this word is a bad idea, because picking this word first puts so much pressure above and below. Like, you could do a D here, or even the D here, which I kind of like the idea of, but then you have to have, that means this is the I, and we already did I. In fact, this is already broken even at this point, right? Because, oh, I guess it isn't. Well, we'd put the N here, so I think you can't do that. But, and you couldn't end up with the D up there. So you'd have to have something else, and then have like I don't know, like the N and the D here. But it can't be the N and the D. Why am I so bad at this? I mean, the E here seems... What's wrong with that? Oh, there's this four... Oh, right. I forgot that one of these has to be the I. And I don't want the I to end up here. So it's kind of whatever I want to end up here, but it can't be the D. So I kind of want it to be the N. But isn't that what I had? I mean, that seems... Maybe it's bad to burn like this is probably a poor choice because I'm burning two very valuable letters. Okay, well, let me do something like this, a double if I know it's wrong. I guess so. I didn't know if it would let me get away with that. I mean, it is really restricting, but I thought I wanted that, right? I thought I wanted restriction. This forces the N here. And this forces this to be, it's not the N and it's not the I. So it's either the F. E seems not like a terrible idea, but but this can't be like 9 or... Oh, I used the R anyway. And it can't be like nixed. It'd be handy if it could be nixed. The E without the D is not very... not very good. But then, so what do we put here? The D, but then we have the same problem where you don't have the E. So what goes after a D if it's not like Y? So it can't be like windy. So I don't know. Maybe the NI is the wrong choice. But I do feel like this I is forced, right? It just is. And I just don't really want an I here. I mean, I guess if you can double up letters and you don't care, it's not actually that big of a deal to have the F up here. That does force the F here, though. You can always, like, it's funny because an S is sort of a get out of jail free card. Oh, that can't be true. That has to be, no, that has to be the F, and that's the I. And this is just some other DILFs. I was so bad at this. It just feels like F isn't good. I don't know. I feel like the one I had was not the worst. Can this could be a fire? No, it can't. Although we said, and it can't be a firm because that's right. This is the problem where I can't spell. I don't know, man. I don't think I like the F. I didn't like the N. The D seems not possible unless we end with an I here. And I don't know how receptive it's going to be to like Italian words, you know? Is it going to allow for that? If we force the I here. Sometimes you get away with Hawaiian words or... Is it accepting that or not? Like it would if this was just a made up word. So it is taking like a mango lassi. So I guess the dictionary is pretty permissive. I think this is more permissive than New York Times dictionary. But I've used my A now. curious what you can get away with. But now this is what could this even be? Like, unless it lets you do like ODing. That's wrong for a number of reasons. We're just I kind of cornered myself with the vowels here. UD, UT. I don't know. And now I hate my S's. My emergency S's now. I'm just bad at this. I've really been spending 20 minutes on this. Just hard for this to be. Like, I guess we get a unity here and keep our S. That would be helpful. But then we have like we have the I. So one of these is the N. So that forces the N here. I just had a hard time with this though. But maybe if we have an S, it's a little easier. But then doesn't this make this? This is D or E. Dress to the nines. Nicer. Oops. I didn't even use my S. Okay, so surely we can come up with a word. I mean, we ate a fair number of vowels. No, we didn't. We only ate E and I. So we have O and A and U. Scorn, we used our R. I mean, the RN would be nice. We ate our R, so I can't go back to moron. Sadly. Sadly. I spell bosun. I think that's how you spell it. It is how you spell it. Holy, that took me 20 minutes. What an embarrassment. Okay, that's not what we were supposed to do today. This is all Terrier fault. I don't like this game, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm obviously bad at it, but I think that I also just don't enjoy it. I'm sure you could, like, you know, even there I started to learn some rules of thumb, and maybe there's more rules of thumb that makes it easier. But I think my badness really... You don't think that I was forced? You sure? This I is certainly forced. Right? Like, you're required to keep letters moving down. Sure, I think. Let's try it. I could be wrong. But, like, this is certainly an I, right? We can't debate that. That's definitely an I. But I think they say... I think it's a requirement that you evolve over time. So in other words, I don't think it will let me make this an F and a N. Oh, am I wrong? I thought I tried this yesterday and it said, no, you can't do this. You can't get something right on the first try. But maybe I'm wrong. Did I misunderstand that from the rules? Once you use the letter, it has to be there. Once you use that letter, it doesn't exist. You cannot use it anymore. I thought there was a requirement that you evolve, but maybe not. I'm sorry. So this I is forced, but maybe this one isn't. I mean, if I don't have the I, though, what do I want to take up here? Oh, wait. Is it really not? So we can still do that. But that's, you're saying we could have the N and the E here. Okay, sorry, maybe you, well, not a, oh, sorry, but it ends up, so that if I did this, it would be forced to be E, N. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought an I was forced up here. I thought it. Thought I misunderstood the rules. I thought it required you to like cascade, and that you couldn't just hit something right on the first try. Um, like I don't know. Tense. Okay, so it does allow that. My mistake. And now we can, well, we can't do bosun now, and we can't do moron. So what do we do? Can't do dolor or color. Do groan. I kind of want an OWN though. Without, it's not shown, not groan. It's not flown. Okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You're right. I misunderstood the rules. That makes more sense. I mean, actually, but I don't. You know what? I don't like that because I like increasing specificity in a puzzle, and I like constraints. So that makes me like it even less. Wait, I can't. Gosh, Terry, you keep making me go back to this bad puzzle. Oh, Quake would have been good up here. So, have we seen one where the E isn't here? Oh, okay, I think we just saw one. It really likes the E here. Which makes sense. That's a very English language place to put an E. It loves the E there. It loves it so much. Okay, sorry, scoreboard. Yeah, right. Okay, we have made good progress on scoreboard. Our scoreboard circuit board is cute. It seems to work. After ordering it twice from JLB PCB. I don't know, I can never remember the name of that company. It's a cute little pillow. It's out of focus because this camera can't focus and it causes the other camera to break, but it's cute. I probably shouldn't have put the logo underneath, but you know, I did. So I'm pretty, like, hardware wise, as far as this part of the hardware, it's pretty good. The software generally does its job, I think. If we try to, like, let's try to make the software do its job. Let's try to get 5 volts from somewhere. That makes sense. This power this board. So I think there's like 3 features. I mean, I don't know, Terry. I'm just glad to have a viewer. You know, I've spent a lot of time streaming to nobody. So if I'm just glad you're here. I don't mind you being distracting. In fact, I don't know. It's like I kind of thrive on that. I feel like that was. Now he's so busy because he's a grown adult. But when Life Is Yours was still just a lad. It was like his job. It was like he was professionally distracting. It's like his job. I thought I had a 2-wire one of these that I was using. There it is. Okay. So we want, if I remember correctly, and I don't know that I do, but I think I remember correctly, that, man, somebody should have labeled these, huh? Oops. That would make purple data, and that would, I think that would be true. And then we want to power this, and what is the laziest possible way you could power this? I think the absolute laziest possible way is the laziest possible way would be to power it from this board. But I'm a little bit loath to do so. I'm worried I'm going to break these. I'm not being careful enough with these leads. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but it would be annoying. Be more careful. Okay. 5 volts. Anybody? Let's just destroy this speaker nightmare. I've ordered more speakers. This audio problem. Ugh. I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but when I talk about it, I'm just going to complain. But this, I think, is the last straw. If this next attempt doesn't work, I think we're just going to say there's no audio. That's funny that powered already. Oh, well, because technically we do share ground because they're coming from the computer. That is outrageously bright. Like, painfully bright. What can I put over that is not a document with personal information on it? Like, put this whole thing over here. Yes, very good. That's a little bit awkward in terms of a good work surface, but okay. So that, this does its job. There's a few things, and then over here, once this is on, we should be able to go to scoreboard.local and see the web page. So here's our to-do list for today. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to do this in a few hours, except I'm gonna get real distracted. So I'm gonna delete that. Okay. Logo on web page plus design work. Allow persistent storage. Allow multiple buffers. Allow setting speed duration per buffer. I think that's the general list. I'm probably missing something here. I mean, this is really a two-parter because this has UI work and embedded work. But so I think the first thing we want to look into, because I just don't know how to do it yet, is Arduino ESP32 GitHub. It's how to do the persistent storage. But I don't think it is hard. I don't think we have to like write to the file system or anything. I think it just has our file system, whatever it is, the spiffs. I think there's just a look at that. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Huh. I2S is that audio communication platform that little hat is using, or protocol. I don't think I realized an ESP30. I guess it makes sense. I knew ESP32 could do audio. I didn't realize. I didn't put the pieces together. So we want something that looks like it allows for storage. Is it you? I don't think so. I don't think we want... I think it's a preference, actually. Preferences. I see. I think it's preferences is their term for... So this is... That's kind of crazy. Read fat. But I think we found it. I'm just gonna check these. Okay. I think this is what we want. Yeah, non-volatile storage. So it's just like a persistent storage. It's like Unity player prefs or what have you. It's a way to save a thing and get to the thing later. I don't know exactly what it's like though, you know? Ooh, that's interesting. NVS has significant overhead, should not be used for data that will change often. This only changes. So that's actually cool. I'm going to say that this is really cool. It's better than I'd hoped for, honestly. Like if it really works the way I was worried about this, actually, like, oh, what if I want structured data where I want a single structure to store all the stuff I care about? So, okay, in other words, what do I care about? That's a good question. What I think I care about is a struct. Okay, this is a beautifully organized file, by the way. My classic these are helpful comments. Oh, they're not. They're just for structure. Okay, so we want what do we want to call this? Like, this is the thing. Basically, my idea is actually, how do we do these buffers? We store these lengths. So here's what I think this is. I think it's there's a text buffer in here. There's a text buffer length in here. There's probably something that's like an int duration, which is how long we would want to stay on this particular dude. And there's probably something like int speed, which is like, it's called a scroll speed. And is that all there is? That tells us what the text is, how long it is, how long we want to show it, and how fast. You could imagine adding other things to this struct, but so what there's a slight question of like, what do we call this thing? What do we call this thing? We call it a content, a phrase, what do you call this? It's like text for the display. I don't have a better name for it, honestly. But, and then, I'm gonna call it display string. It's a bad name. It's a bad name. Sorry. Why can't I think of a better name for that? I really can't. That's really, sorry. I mean, text buffer length is going to be not longer than 256. To be a little careful with some of these things though. Like if that was in milliseconds, this would be bad, but I think we're going to sort a whole number of seconds, I think. I don't really see a reason to. It just lets you squish this down, you know? This is a goofy number. This is like... It would kind of make sense if we had one more. Because then that'd be 32 bits total with the 256. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much that really matters, honestly. Like, as far as, like, in memory, how's this thing going to be? I don't know. I don't know that. But I guess I'm going to go with this for now until inevitably I screw something up and I can't figure it out. And then I realize, like, I'm trying to put something too big into this number, which, you know, that's fun to do. It's fun to do wrong things and not understand why. It's like weird to me that I can't think of just a variable name that I like for this. Like, what would I call these? They're like different. Messages? Maybe we call it a message. I don't know. I don't like it. Anyway, you could imagine then having like a message array. We have 4 messages and we just cycle through them. And by default, they're all I don't really remember what my units were for the scroll speed, but like, can you do this? Like, is this actually a valid thing to do? Am I setting defaults here? Or am I wrong? So that brace or equal initializers. I see. Added C++11. What C? Oh no. What am I using? I mean, I assume I'm using C++11 because it seems to be letting me do that. I don't know. So here's the thing. We just got to we're going to start just tearing things up probably. That is what we were previously calling the raw text buffer. And that's where you could set that raw text. And when you wanted to display You want to process the raw text. So you set the raw text, and then you want to process the raw text, but I think other things can process raw text anyway. I think we're saying that we're not gonna do that anymore, and that instead we're gonna all these places really shouldn't be hints, right? I mean, well, it doesn't matter to anybody. That one definitely should be. This is where I worry, where I'm just like, this is where I just cause myself problems, where I'm just like, I don't need to count bigger than 256 here. Does it matter? Or am I like setting myself up for failure in the future? Probably setting myself up for failure in the future. So we'll do this in a silly way now, but for the moment, this is a little bit tricky what we're trying to do here. I mean, not that it's hard, it's just it has sort of some annoying implications. I just had to be sure we carefully think through. So for now, I'm doing it in a very lazy, silly way, basically. I mean, let's be honest. I just don't want to fix the other code yet. I just want to get this to work. With the understanding that these are raw, because this is going to be messages, and we're going to have a message or like a this is where I'm a little worried about this. Like, not at this moment, but implications wise, I'm a little worried about it. But we'll try to figure it out. Like offset. How are we determining offset? I like the speed. I'm not using duration yet. That's honestly a little trickier than I care to think about. But so we did offset time. So we just have to think a little bit about, like, what does speed even mean in this? I think I'm going to warp this with heat. Turn this brightness way down and try a quick build, and then think about the offset. Okay, I'm going to... I should be able to do like normal platform IO, upload and monitor. I'm going to take a very short bathroom break and I'll be right back. Hi, that's me. I'm glowing. Okay, that's slightly less blinding. Okay, so this is good. It seems to have worked. It seems to have pulled in the default length and whatnot properly, but the proper like the speed is a little weird. So like it's really like I guess one way we could think about it is sort of like how many every second, how many LEDs do you want to step over, right? So like 1 would be very, very slow. 2, it would be a little faster, a little faster, a little faster. So it's sort of like a pixels per second is basically what this speed is going to describe. So how do we write that? Like if every second we want to go over 10, we need to have some understanding. So I think what that means is offset time. I'm gonna get this wrong, but I'm just gonna try to like think my way through this, because we said 100, which means something. Grimbone didn't thank the bot. Rude. That's rude. Grimbone, I don't know what to say. Okay, I'm sorry. This is like dimensional analysis stuff that for some reason my brain hates. Even though it's not that hard, my brain just hates it. So I want to go from like a number. I think really this is just like 100 milliseconds divided by messages, message index dot scroll speed. I'm sorry, these are milliseconds. I think it's 1000 divided by whatever the scroll speed is. So how to describe that? So if this is, no, that's not true, because this will crash immediately. It'll crash immediately because this could be divided by 0. And that's an error that computers don't like, turns out. So you'd have to at least make sure that, like, you'd need to say like, hey, are we scrolling? Because if not, then maybe just don't do this. Which is fine, which makes sense, I think. So like, if scroll speed equals is not 0, then worry about scrolling. You could say like otherwise that you should fully reset the offset, but I don't think we're going to enforce that here. I think there'd be another place that we want to enforce that. So this is saying like, if this is 1, this means every 1 second we tick over. So let's see if that feels true. That if the default scroll speed is 1. It's one of those things that, I don't know, like dimensional analysis, which is the term of like, I don't know. It's like, oh, I know the miles per gallon and I know the miles per hour I was going. So there's some relationship there, right? I have miles and gallons here and I have miles and hours here. So there's definitely a relationship between hours and gallons. That I can like think through and do, of course, but it's not as intuitive to me. It's like miles per hour, so there's miles over hour, and I think you really can treat these almost like fractions, but miles over hours, miles per hour, miles per gallon. So there's like this inverse relationship between hours and gallons. Anyway, like which you can see, if I can go more, if I have more hours, I'm going to spend more gallons. And if I have more gallons, I can drive for more hours. It just takes me a minute to, okay, does this seem tick, tock, tick, tock? I think that this is moving once every second. It is. This is reminding me, like, I know. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What is the thing that's like my very best friend and you are not it? Okay, I think it's fair to say I believe this number works. If changing this scroll speed to 10, which is 10 pixels per second, because that's what I've said that scroll speed is measured in pixels per second. So it's a relationship between pixels and seconds. And what I've done to get the delay, well, I didn't actually, weirdly. I didn't divide pixels by the number of seconds because that's what I want, is the number of is an amount of time. So I guess you can still say, you can have like a second per, oh, okay, look at that. That seems right. Okay, sorry, I'm distracting myself. Thinking about dimensional analysis. I will say dimensional analysis is a cool math term. As far as math terms go, I like it. I'm not opposed to dimensional analysis. Okay. Great. So I feel reasonably good about scroll speed. And now we are now getting our text buffer and our text buffer length and our scroll speed from I'm gonna think about this for a little bit. Okay, so either the next step is to do the multi-buffer switching thing, which we could do, or the next thing to do is the saving and loading. But I don't know which one I like. Like the multi-buffer switching is gonna be kind of a thing, right? Like you gotta think about it. So we're not using offset time anymore, right? We did managed to get rid of this. And that all still seems correct. So I guess my instinct is kind of to get the switching going, and then have a good data structure for the switching. So like, and then basically, given the duration would be like the the next swap time or something. It's a little tricky. And I guess you could set the duration to 0 and never have it swap. Or the duration 0 and it just skips over it immediately, which is maybe what I would say the more appropriate thing is. Like, if you say duration 0, like, that's what you get, man. So let's just do something like this. Not here, but like, we'll just do some thing like this in a more appropriate place. Also, this is silly. What did I make that? Was that 8? Why can't I do that there? What is it? What are you mad about? Oh, did I make that const or something? Wait, what? What have I done? What fun thing? Expression must be a modifiable L value. I'm sure this is obvious. Oh, right. That would have to be like a string copy or whatever. Right. That's, yeah, okay. I know that. But many more efficient ways I could have typed this. Or do I not have to have the length? I guess it was a mem copy. I would have needed this. Right. Okay. So I can probably, but I can't do that up here, or can I? Was it just that I was not? Okay. Okay. Sure. So I mean, or could also, of course, do this and not have the length. Because that's interesting. I gotta remember that. Anyhow. Okay, so wait, shoot. Quit messing with things. Okay, these are B's. T's. D's. This song is horrible. I want to say, like, never play this song again. Dislike track. It's a bad track. Okay, so we've put all this stuff in. So running this, we hopefully get A's. What is I2S errors? Why? Maybe, I think internally, right. I think the LED driver we're using is some fancy pants LED driver that does use I2S. What? Did that not actually build? I can't tell if it didn't build or if I just did everything wrong. Sometimes it's hard to know which is the truth. I'm gonna just clean up, just tidy up a little bit, I think, and do a build and just make sure, because I'm pretty confused by this. Unless, did we not actually call display setup? Surely we do. But it could be that we, well, we probably are explicitly, yeah, we are. Well, that's interesting. I guess we kind of want to internally say, like, hey, do this with the first message, please, while you're at it. So don't do this here. Just let it decide itself. So okay, that's just me. Okay, sorry. So separately in life, after we do the display setup, that is kind of interesting because this would let us do this before waiting for the so display set raw text. Who else calls that? Networking does call it that. That's definitely got to change. Because we need more like set message data or something. That's gonna be a little bit tricky. Gosh, that's gonna be tricky. Maybe not. Maybe it's not that bad. Anyway, so we're doing this twice. We're also doing it here. Oh, this is the like serial port reading. We're not doing this. This is not a thing we're actively doing anymore. Like the idea of sending over serial. I think we can safely just say we're not doing that. We're setting everything over the network. We're just not going to concern ourselves with the serial communication. I mean, it's just another thing to have to support. It's not necessarily hurting anything, but it's like, that's another thing that has to work. So let's just not do it because we don't need it. And it's just more code to support. Okay, so right now we're saying what? So we're saying the networking system can call it. Like, that is true. I don't want that to be true, but it is currently true. The funny thing about this, though, is it's a lie, right? I think we can get rid of this idea of I think this can go away. And then for now, we do need to just kind of comment this out and say, like, oh, I'm sorry, you're just looking at this scroll. I mean, so, I don't know how long you've just been staring at that. I mean, it's fine, right? I'm just typing over here. I'm just saying that we need to, like, it should be, like, set message arams. Look at that heat. Who's heating me? See, this is why I need a VIP to alert me when I have things set to the wrong camera, but that's okay. So I wasn't doing anything like tremendously interesting anyway, so okay. I'm just trying to like delete points of ingress. Like, just get rid of the idea of setting raw text. Now, I think that means that this sign no longer works. Because I don't think we're ever telling it to work. So what this is going to do, this is what is going to like set up our process text buffer, which is what is on the screen. So this is going to be more like display show message or something like that. And it's probably going to want to take a message index. But this, like, once we do this, it should, like, it's going to be shown. Like, this should only happen, like, in the loop we call the pixel buffer thing, right? Setup. Display update pixel buffer. Who was calling that? This does. So, like, we set the processed text. I mean, who needs to update the pixel buffer from the outside? Why would you need to do that? Why would you need to update the pixel buffer from the outside? Truly don't know the answer. Maybe that was an idea we had at one point. Anyway, I don't really like showing the message. Update the pixel buffer. Like, I don't really know why I had another. I don't know, man. Trying to decide if it's worth. I don't know. So I think we can do in our setup. So now after we do all this stuff, like at this point, it should just show what is in. So I think I don't know exactly how I want to structure that, but it kind of depends on whose job it is to cycle the messages. What I mean by that is, like, where's the timer going to be that is going to handle the cycling from message A to message B to message C to message D. So we see A, so that worked. And now we just need the way we want to do the cycling. And so I guess the question is do we want to do that here? I kind of am inclined to. No, it's less than. So keeping the time and keeping the index. The time is a little worrisome though. You know, like it's the last time we cycled the message. Last offset time. Handle scrolling. Let's default this for now to the duration being just like 1 second each. So just gonna really quickly cycle through them. Probably be smart to have a way to just erase whatever's in memory. But, what was I using that clock for? I don't remember. Probably, I mean, there's a reason. Isn't there? Why did we need to do this? Was this me getting ready to do the cycling or something? Like, why did we... Why did I think I needed to do that? Oh, shoot. Now I remember. Ah, man. I remember now. Because we need to update the buffer every time. Ah, man. Because of variables. It's funny. Sometimes I look at code and I'm like, well, why did I do that? There was no reason to do that. Sometimes there's a reason. But maybe this is still okay. Weirdly. Basically, we're just saying this gets called once per second. Once per second. Once per second, we're doing this whole thing because we have to, I think. Definitely a way to like condense this a little bit. I think about that a little bit. So this process text buffer is only used. Well, is that true or false? Because once we have the pixel data, like we use it after that. Okay, let me think about this a little bit. So, is there a way? Because we have just these all these intermediate buffers. Because we have like, well, this is just pointing to it, but it's really because we care about this. Because we have to do this kind of in place. Isn't there a stir copy with an extra R in it? Or am I thinking of something else? Ringing a bell, but okay, anyway. So this is silly. We have this whole separate buffer. Like, why? Could we do something like this? Like, is that reasonable to say? So we don't, there's no other space. We're just kind of pointing at that. Does that just point you over here and give you a link? Is that good enough? We don't need to do that. We could just reference this, but okay, sorry. So I'm actually, I don't know if this still works. I'm a little worried about it, gotta say. What we probably want to do to just verify that. So what do we, how, are we doing mustache? What do we do, our time replacement? Yeah, kind of mustachy. I don't know. We'll try it. So now we need to do this, where this is kind of like if millis minus last message cycle time is greater than messages message index It's gonna be something like this. I'm not sure if I have this fully nailed down, but basically we're saying that if the time since the last time we cycled is greater than what we've said this duration is supposed to be, then hey, we should probably swap. The thing that's sort of crazy though is, do we have to do anything else? Because like the display refresh is going to get updated in a second, in 1 second anyway. So in other words, can we just say increase the message index? I don't know. Probably should do this before we What are you talking about? What are you doing? Oh. Is this gonna work? I have like some actual work for hire work to do this week that's annoying. I don't want to do it. It's fine, but I can't do it on stream. I would prefer to. We'll give you a hint. It involves this thing. It's not a good hint. I know. I mean, maybe I could do, I don't know. I don't think I could do it on stream for that client. Just gonna like put in all my contracts. Like if I do any work for you, I can do it on stream. That would have been cool for the Iron Man stuff. I thought that was pretty cool. Cool Powers, how's it going? The Department of Energy would never give me money, would they? It's hard to imagine. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could have. I don't do much stuff like that anymore. I've worked on like, you know, like if they wanted to tell like a VR story about energy usage or something, maybe they would pay me for that. I think if they wanted to, that would be a bigger button. Okay, it looks like message cycling is working. The problem is it changes. Ooh, did I crash it? It kind of looks like a crash, huh? Weirdly, it seemed like the the thing about this button is it's also a knob. It's very exciting. So you can press it, you can long press it, you can turn it clockwise, counterclockwise, or anti-clockwise, or you can press and turn it. It's just a thing from Amazon. It's for like, we're working on an input device and we just needed a bunch of inputs. The thing is kind of crazy the way it works. It's a little terrifying. It does the thing I do all the time, which I like to do, is just emulates keyboard presses. But the way you set it up is truly insane, and I've never seen a device like this. There's no configuration utility for this. To configure the behavior of these buttons, I kind of want to show you on stream because it's truly insane. You have to open a notepad window and make sure your cursor is in the notepad window. And then you hold this down and you plug it in and it goes into configuration mode and it starts typing in the notepad a menu system. And then you have to scroll up and down and it like highlights and unhighlights the text by emulating mouse clicks, arrow movements, all that stuff, cutting the text in and out. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like that. There's like 7 million better ways you could have chosen to do that. But I guess it does mean that it is truly it didn't need bidirectional communication, which is a thing that keyboards don't have. And so if they're only emulating a keyboard, it's pretty crazy. But if that, like, so I took it apart and I looked at it and it looks like, what's weird is it looks like there is a separate programming port because you imagine when they programmed it, they didn't do that. And it doesn't seem like the chips were like pre-programmed before being soldered on, because they're just little surface mount dudes. So it looks like there's USB headers, so you could probably figure out how to do that. But I guess, I mean, you can imagine the problem. Well, so imagine you're the engineer that has to solve this problem, so somebody comes up to you and says, Phil Powers, we have this device, and you're like, awesome. And you say it emulates media keys and things like that, and you say awesome. But people would probably like to use it for like Photoshop shortcuts and other things. So it'd be cool for it to be configurable. And you'd think like, oh, that's awesome. I can think of lots of ways. We can have a configuration utility, maybe a web utility, whatever. But then they tell you, by the way, you can't send data to this. It's a one-way street. Data comes out, but the user cannot put data on this machine. Which I know some boards can do that. Like this board, for example, right now, maybe not this particular board, some of the other boards on my desk can show up as both a USB device and a serial port. I guess because it's emulating a hub. So there's no reason this couldn't have been like a hub, whatever, but those would have been hardware choices. So some poor person's job was to think like, how can I possibly make this configurable when the only input for it is itself? I think I could still think of, I don't know, it's hard. It's a really hard problem. I probably would have been like, well, you could maybe think of a crazy way where like you're selecting things with this, but it also knows. And I mean, that's the easy answer, right? Is you use auto hotkey or something and just say like, oh, when you get the key press. The problem is though, that because this is sending events like mute and play and pause, it does wreak havoc on like, if you're trying to use it for something else, you're like continually pausing and like, okay, I'm like definitely crashing this repeatedly. So what very fun thing did I do? What's funny is it seems like it didn't break in the normal way that I would break something. Oh, well, this is a fun thing. That's in seconds. So I don't even actually know how that was even working at all. Or is it like cycling so fast that I just can't even... I think we're like accidentally secretly cycling it every 10 milliseconds and then somehow we're very quickly overflowing, or like, I don't actually quite understand. I mean, certainly we're causing bad things to happen. Yeah, I know. I think about that sometimes. I mean, I hate it. I kind of wish Microsoft just would have a new operating system that has like, just realize like Windows is this monolithic nightmare. There's an XKCD about that, right? Like about the crazy thing where someone is able to like use processor overheating to press their escape key. And so they want you to not fix the bug that causes the processor to overheat or whatever. And the point is like whatever bug you think you're fixing, somebody's relying on for functionality. Okay, what am I actually doing wrong here? And even if we know what I'm doing incorrectly, what is the... Why would it crash like this? I mean... Because what I think we're saying right now is like, if milliseconds minus 0 at the start, this is some number of milliseconds, is less than this number, which is 1 millisecond. I see. So we're switching every 10 milliseconds. That doesn't seem like we're switching that quickly though. mean, I recognize that it's broken and I recognize this is wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna make this right, and I don't like to do this because I would prefer to understand the problem, but I don't understand the problem. I mean, or I don't understand like the behavior I'm seeing, even if I see the error that I'm making, but the behavior I'm seeing is crazy. Like, why would it have different durations? Like, a very strange thing that was just happening. The lack of bidirectional communication for things like normal human interface devices like mice, keyboards, whatever, is one of the reasons I want to do everything with MIDI. Okay, this appears to be, see how quickly we crash it, but it is 1, 2, 1, 2. It is cycling every second, right? Is that what we told it to do? Now I crashed it. So what are we overflowing here? Assuming that's the problem. Because I think this was okay. Message, it's funny because it's not like, it doesn't really look like there's anything that's gonna like increase out of control here. I didn't do something silly like make last message cycle time a byte or something. I do know that's at least a uint. If that's negative, we have problems. But it's not, it shouldn't count that high. I mean, a uint, that's 4 billion, right? Like, and what's, if I, like, the obvious bug would have been if I was doing this wrong. Okay, I'm gonna try to count the number of cycles before it crashes and see if that is in any way helpful. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I was kind of expecting it to break on a power of 2, but what does it break on the last thing in a sequence, or? Doesn't even seem consistent. Okay, let's double check and see if we think that it is. You know, I think I can imagine a problem here. I don't know if it is the problem, but I can imagine a problem. Using my imagination, I can imagine a problem. Weirdly, though, it's not the problem that I think it might be, but I think it's in this realm, and I'll explain it in a second. Let me test this and just make sure that this is going to show A's for a while and not break. But I'm just trying to imagine, like, I don't exactly know how that ticker works. Like, I don't know if this ticker is an interrupt, or like if this has some ability to interrupt code, like when this ticks, you know. I don't know that. It did crash. So it's not the swapping. So what is it? Seems like a thing. It's got to be a thing we're doing in the display show message, right? Like, I'm actually worried about the I don't know that this is the problem, but I'm gonna undo this just because this I'm just a little worried about it. And I don't know that we like really ran it for very long after changing this. Shoot. No, it was... This is what we want. I couldn't even tell you exactly what I think is wrong. It's just that if I'm picking a place that I'm suspicious of, I'm like slightly suspicious that I did something weird there. Like in I don't know, I don't even know. I honestly don't know what to tell you as far as like what's going on with the... I mean, I think that's not true actually. Like, so to say, because the display loop, I don't think it's breaking on display loop. I think it's breaking on display show message, is what I think. But what I'm worried about, I guess, is like when are these called, you know? This may not even be the right thing, but like we have like two totally independent timing systems running, I guess is what my concern is. Like whatever the Arduino loop timing is, and totally independently this ticker, maybe under the hood that they're using the same thing, but I'm just a little worried that there's some... I don't even know how to put it exactly, but like some interleaving there where one is in the middle of happening while the other happens or something like that. It may not be right at all, but I can also tell you that that's not necessary. So since it's not a requirement to do that, you know, there's no reason for this global loop to do that timer. I think I was just curious about the ticker timer interrupts thing, but we don't need to, we just want to say like, we just need like a refresh interval basically. So like every and I do feel that like this is one of those things that's a little touchy because it's kind of like, okay, I don't like to I like to understand a bug, you know, to learn from it. I like to understand what am I doing wrong here, whatever. But I also think I know where the problem is, even if I don't know that I can fully exactly articulate the problem, right? I've a theory about it, like I just explained, but this feels like a choose your battle kind of moment because I don't want to get hung up on the timing because it will not take me very much time to write a timer. Because all I need to do is say, display refresh. Do we still need this in here? Like, who's gonna call that? Nobody. That's so we have this refresh, and we will force call that at the end of setup, right here in setup. We'd actually want to do it like here, because we just set all these pixels to nothing otherwise, right? Okay, so right now, what would happen? Right now, for example, that the time wouldn't update. So I think if let's experiment here. Let's upload and monitor this. I think it will work, quote unquote. I think it will function. I think it is not going to crash in the same way. Oh, my package from Newegg, my too expensive USB-C connector. Oh, the Noun project. Thought about that for a while. Okay, so let's do this. My hope is that this is going to fix this. This will break everything, though, because we're not. We're not updating. So, well, it's not going to break everything. This A is going to scroll, but if we could switch to the time would not be updating because we are not like refreshing this. This display refresh is a thing we are not doing. And so let's put back in the message swapping, and this should work. I think this should now swap messages. It actually won't. That's funny. It won't. We could force it to. Let's try this. So I think this is, well, we'll see. My hope is that this is going to cycle the messages, and that my prediction, not that it's not really a hope, it's just my prediction, that this will cycle the messages, but that the clock will be broken. And unfortunately, we may be cycling the messages too quickly to see the clock be broken, but let's try it. I'm also a little confused here because I would have thought we would see I thought we were saying now that we fully set up the display before networking. And I thought we now said in the beginning of our display setup to like, hey, do everything. But I guess that's not true. I guess that's not a true fact. We could do that. I see. We're not. We could do that, but we're not. Okay, so, but I do want to verify this. I think let's just set now the default duration to 10. I kind of want to set this time to not scroll, but we don't have enough. I have to go get more, another sign to have more pixels. So, okay, upload and monitor this. And hopefully we will have a ticking clock that swapped. So hopefully this fixes all problems. Or no. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, this doesn't fix all problems. But well, at least we should see the clock not ticking. Minus what? Last refresh is greater than refresh interval. Okay, I'm hoping to see a broken clock. 12, 34, 31. Well, shoot. I didn't wait long enough. I'll look in a second. Last refresh time. Kind of weird. Did we not wrap around? How do we get stuck on D? Oh, we didn't. 10 seconds of A. Then we should get 10 seconds of clock. Maybe. Okay, 35, 12, 35, and 11 seconds. So I think that 11 did not update in the time that we were looking at it. This is hard to see without another sign. We're adding this is our so that's where we're bumping the message. We have the refresh interval, that means 1 per second we refresh whatever's going on. We have the scroll speed. So we've got kind of 3 timers, but we're not handling them independently. My feeling, and I may just be totally wrong, my feeling is that these timers were causing like some interleaving of code. Meaning like, you know, if everything happens in my one main timer loop, it's all fine. But if there's something with like interrupts in the way the timer works, I could have been running like my Arduino loop and then the timer interrupt comes in and just like crams in there. That may be completely wrong, but that is like what my heart tells me. So I'm going to do the following thing. I'm going to pee and I'm going to get another piece of sign and I'm going to drink water. And then I'm going to come back. So please excuse me. I'll be right back. I switched to the wrong thing. I'm bad at this. Hi, neighbors. So I forgot what I was doing. Did we upload this? Is it working or not working? I was gonna get another sign segment. That's what I was doing. I'll be right back. Hi, it's me. Okay, I got another sign segment. Let's plug it in. So, I have to be a little thoughtful about this because I think there's some const. The LEDs per strip. Yeah, excuse me. Okay, so I think we can. So from a power perspective, it's weird because I do want. I want to do the opposite of what this is designed for, actually, because I do want to daisy chain the power. I do not want to daisy chain the data. So I have an idea of how to do that. If I can find the right random combination of jumpers, I can turn my idea into a reality. Single jumper, single jumper. It'd be nice to have another dual without tearing them apart, but I don't see it. Okay, so what I think I want to do what I think I want to do, which it might not be true, but it's what I think I want to do. I think I want to get this data and stick it over here. And then I think I want to get this power and this ground. Can I do this? Seem to be able to. We said ground is white. And power. That, I was not 100% sure that was going to work, but it did. Okay, so we got D D D D D D D D A J F K, go go go. These just O. Actually, not go go go. But okay, is this a clock that is ticking? Look at that clock tick. That is very exciting. So if the clock isn't scrolling, a clock is some characters, right? Like how many characters is a clock these days? If I go in here and I say that the clock specifically, just the clock, is not scrolling, which would mean saying that messages 1 dot scroll speed equals 0. If only I had a web interface to set all this. Well, dear reader, that's next. But I just want to try to get this idea working. We have 2 other big things after we do this, but we've done a lot of the hard stuff. JFK. Oh. That's interesting. That looked broken. No. Are we good? What are those 2 weird lingering digits over there, though? Did you see that? It was like we were 1 pixel off. Oh, well, right. I've made a critical blunder. Let's see if this is true. I think I made a critical blunder. I mean, it's not that critical. So I'm expecting this to be off by some number of pixels. And we'll just see how many it is. Yeah. we need to reset the offset. The offset. Do we want to support a negative scroll speed? That's kind of an interesting question. Anyway, offset. And are we enforcing anything like don't let the offset go forever? Nope, we just plus. Anyway, when we do a swap, we should set the offset to 0, which maybe means we don't have to worry about. No, Terrier, I said a critical blunder, not just a blunder. It's like a step up from blunder. Some might even call it a boner, but we don't really use that word anymore in that way. And maybe haven't for 50 years. I didn't. I weirdly actually did force a pixel in the corner that I did not mean to. The word boner as a blunder. The canonical, I feel like the classic example of that is this old Batman comic, probably from the, who knows, 50s or 60s. It's funny when Joker talks about his boner and there's like a giant newspaper headline. Joker pulls boner of the year. And then he says, so they laugh at my boner, will they? I'll show them how many boners the Joker can make. This emphasis on boners has given me an idea for a new adventure in crime. You know, so even weirder, I will say. So this is old, right? Like this is an old. What year was this? I don't even know. Do you not give a year for the comic that you've written an article about? Dark Knight remembers the Joker's boner. I just want to know the year of this comic. Okay, 1951. So in 1951... Oh, sorry, was the year on the cover? Sorry. Still seems weird that it wasn't in the article. So it's easy to say, like, okay, sure. 70 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, when you said boner, it just meant something language evolves over time. Well, when I was a kid, a boner meant, you know, what you think it means. Yet, on the television sitcom, was it Growing Pains? There was on those, that was a family sitcom. And it was a requirement on a family sitcom of that era that there was always like one of the children, because they're always children, of course, it's a family, has a weird friend, weird neighbor, whatever. Like there's always some weirdo, you know, like on Full House, Kimmy Gibbler comes over and Kimmy Gibbler's a weirdo. And I think it was on, I can't remember if was it Growing Pains? And it was Mike Sievers had a friend named Vincent Stabone, and they called the kid Boner. Oh my gosh, Vincent Stabone's body found in Vancouver Park. Okay, well that's not exactly what I expected. So I think I actually did know that he was dead, but that is not really what I thought we were gonna find here. No, I'm sorry, it's even worse. It's even worse. His name wasn't Vincent Stabone, it was Richard Stabone. So it was like Dick Boner. Anyway, Wait, was this really? I did not know that. That's even more shocking. So wait, does that mean like within a year or two? Because didn't the new Chekhov die right around 10? Right around here? So like Chekhov's son and new Chekhov? When did that happen? Okay, that was more recent. That was very sad. He's so young. That's such a bummer. Okay. Anyway, sorry. All this is like diversion into tragedy. We're not talking about tragedy here. We're talking about boners. So the thing that was just crazy to me, like clearly this is what like every kid on the playground knew a boner was a boner. So it's crazy to me that this was on television. But it's just like I guess it like. The literal boomers that were writing the show, like literal boomers that were probably writing this show when they were kids, boner meant a blunder. Pretty weird. I want to. Sylvester Stallone was his dad. Wait, who was that? This is Sylvester Stallone. I have to admit, I don't remember Sylvester Stallone. It's a pretty good name though. Okay. Whatever, that's a good diversion. I think this works now. So the scroll speed is 0 on the clock right now, and it's just ticking. And that seems like probably what you want. There was a slight problem with the... that's tricky. Let me think about that for a second. I mean, I think we have like an order of operations issue. See how it like jumped while scrolling, kind of? Like, I think the offset is gonna jump. Oh, that's a little hard to see. Okay, so what is the issue happen? That almost seems like we're swapping. Is there like some weird slight inconsistency with like the swapping time and the refresh time? You could definitely imagine that. Like, do you want to say like don't I get it, like I'm trying to think like do you need to enforce this like that a refresh happens? It wouldn't hurt to I'm wondering if that's going to fix the problem and that will save us a bit of debugging, because what it seems like is like there's the potential for a slight offset between when you're refreshing the data on the 1 second tick and when you are swapping. Where you can end up with like a weird little double stutter. That might not be true, but that seems to be what's true. And it seemed pretty minor, and I only really even noticed it I only really noticed it once, like where it was very obvious. This is a problem every time Phil joins the chat, because then I just have Phil Powers, it's now or never, bring your love to me. I'm embarrassed that because I did stream past 10 last night, that it was a little too loud. My neighbor had to knock on the wall, and I feel bad about it. I ordered some audio baffling to stick here in my office, which some people would call a closet. I wouldn't, even though you can see a closet hanging clothing rod. Don't look up here. Okay, so given the fact that we made a to-do list, we've done the multiple buffers, and we've done speed and duration per buffer. The thing we want now is to be able to set these pieces of information That's the thing we want to be able to do. And we also want to be able to persistently store them. It's hard to do the persistent storing test until we can set them at runtime. So I think we need to start working on the web page again. If I can remember how. I think we just go into data. I think we can just HTTP serve this. I'm not 100% sure of that. It depends on how we not you. Scoreboard.local. It depends on how we did this, the post in here. I mean, I guess we can look. How did we do it? If we always post to scoreboard.local, I think it's okay. We seem to. Okay, so we have a UI discussion that we need to have. We want some on-the-fly design here. Oops. What does really want to be? How many letters in there? So I don't want this radius anymore. I decided. So what? We want an interface. So the really lame way to do it, I guess let's start with the really lame way and maybe work backwards, away from lameness. Like name equals Why did I do this like this? Like, why didn't I just make this an actual form? Why do I feel like I mean, I guess for the purposes of validation. Um, so this will be speed. No, no, no. Okay, I'm pulling apart here. I really am. I just confused myself by let's call this message and maybe not confuse myself so much. Okay, sorry. This one is. I'll even use name for the moment. Okay, and then we want that looks great. Why does that look so incredibly good? Okay, what do we do? What do you put here? Mono or fixed? Like for mono space? I can't remember actually. Okay. And then that's too much. So another thing that sucks. So I know we need to set like it's type equals number, like input MDN. Can't you do stuff like that now? Speed can be like min equals 0, max equals 100 or something, and duration min equals 0. Oh no. They're arbitrary. I like powers of 2. Not a crime. So we get speed, we get duration, we have a message, which is very big. Okay, it won't let me do that. Oh, very handy. Like, if I don't have a... I guess I have to do the validation, but... okay, so... So if we want multiple of these, for example... big. It's gross. I'm gonna bother making these. Oh, like a nice layout. I don't know. I mean, I don't. Especially without some CSS buddy. Like, how do you do... I wanted to do this as a grid that was like 2 by 1, like purely with CSS grid. Is it worth it? They're kind of span. Or is it better to do with flex? I don't really want to deal with CSS. Just people wanting things. Okay, that looks bad, huh? I think it's fair to say I don't want this to be... Half, how about that? No, it's not very good. The background's really dark. I think that's part of the key here. Is it the key? And this panel gets a ridiculous orange border. Not where to be spending my time. I somehow still feel like these are too big, even though they're so small. I think the secret is not make this smaller, just make the input even bigger. What was it doing? Oh yeah. No reason to do this like this. Well, that looks silly, but I kind of am into it. The thing that's going to be annoying, which I don't even want to think about right this second, honestly. Okay, let's do something like this. Is like repopulating these. From whatever we've stored on the server side. Okay, but how do we say like which buffer we want to set? There's just a buffer drop down. I just let you have you set one at a time. That's a problem though. Because I don't want to do like, oh, when you change that, you've got to like query and get the current values of the current thing. Like, it's pretty annoying, unfortunately. It's definitely easier if you just have to set them all at once. How do I want to handle this? The populating the data is annoying. I'm just seeing where the space, the mono spacing was of the colon. So tedious. It's not really fun. How do I want to think about this? Pretty lame. I mean, certainly like Vue or Alpine or whatever would make this a little less obnoxious, but like, I really want to go down that path. I guess my instinct is like, let's just take this one step at a time. Yeah, I need to keep this simple. Let's keep it simple. It's like which message we're gonna send. So let's just do that. This will just be an index and like. How do you do this? Is this like option value? Cool. Gonna want all these to be with 100, huh? And for that matter, okay, is it pretty? No, it's not. It's definitely not pretty. Do I feels like a pretty silly way to do this, but why am I not just making this a post? I don't know. Probably a reason. I'm literally just, this is what I'm doing. I have in my mind that I want to do something different though, but I'll get a more robust version. So I don't remember how to do this, gotta say. It's like, how do you know the selected index or whatever? Um, oh, can I just see the data? So if I, okay, very good. I'm good at HTML. That's at least for sure. That's convenient. Okay, I'm gonna say it doesn't repopulate because it's just a hassle, at least for now. I think John's my buddy. Just has to understand that everything takes too much time. Okay, we've already been doing this for like 3 hours. So, how's it going? Dav the coder or Dave the coder? Dave. I'm working on this. Oh my gosh, is Phil Powers related to Will Power, my favorite Sudoku constructor? It's Dave E. Coder. That's the middle name. David Edwin Eugene. It's David Eugene. I see. Davith. Davith Eugene Coder. Okay, Draklin. Hello. Will Power is a very good variant Sudoku constructor. Perhaps my favorite as a novice in the realm. Dav the Coder. It's like Dav T Coder. It's like Kermit the Frog kind of. I'm working on this like billboard project. So down here we got this little custom circuit board that we worked on and then worked on again because I screwed it up the first time, but it's now good. This is all happy. So I'm working on like the ability to just push multiple buffers to this and have it cycle through them. So this is in clock mode, which you probably can't see very well. Maybe this will make it easier. Oh, Draklin, did you post something about the snowman? Oh, thanks. It's definitely coming along. There's still a ton to do on the actual fixture, which I'm worried about. So I'm trying to do this thing I'm doing now as quickly as possible. Setting up a little web interface on the SP32 to set the message in each buffer and its duration and its scroll speed, basically. And then hopefully that's like, we're done with features for the time being until maybe someday in the future there will be more money. Okay, I'm gonna look on the Discord. That's heartbreaking. I mean, it really is like extra heartbreaking. It really does look like the Snow Bro is like reaching up. Oh no! Oh no! The snow friend's just gone? Draklin built a Snow Bro. And we've been like carefully tracking the Snow Bro's progress for days. And Draklin's been sharing like basically baby photos. And the Snow Bro is so happy. Look at that. This is how I want to remember them. You know, but then it started to get a little warmer. And things started to go south. And it got pretty scary. And things were looking really bad. And then suddenly it started to snow. And it was like, oh my gosh. Maybe. Okay, let me see what the favorite. Yeah, one of your favorite memories. It really is nice. This. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not even showing. I'm sorry. I'm not even showing it. Excuse me. Okay. This is how we want to remember the snow friend. Okay, maybe. Okay, so here's the real images. I'm sorry. I was so caught up in the emotions of the moment that we had this snow friend. I say we, but really Draclin raised and created the friend. And then you know things looked pretty bad, wasting away, lost their head, and then suddenly it snowed again, and it seemed like there was hope yesterday morning. And we were all just so happy, and then oh man, and now just fully gone. Oh no. Okay, I'm sorry to do this, but I feel like I have to. I have to pay my respects. And, we won't spend too much time. But I feel like I just want to know that they're in a better place. That's all. Is Photoshop going to be showing some work that it shouldn't? I'm actually nervous about it. Okay, it's not, for once. For once, Photoshop's not like showing. I don't even really have any super secret projects right now. Terrier, it was just that it was so perfect I didn't even have to. I mean, I was like, yeah, you nailed it. Okay, I just want to, I don't know. I don't know, maybe this is like, I just have a vision in my mind of something. Now, I think I want actually this. I think it's this one. Do you think the stupid object aware thing is gonna work with this? Probably not, because there's snow everywhere. Do you think you can do it? How smart are you? Use the power of AI to select these objects. Wow, I'm actually impressed with that. I was not expecting such a good mask. Is that true? Okay, I mean, we don't have to, that's what the media always picks, the picture where they're like doing drugs or something. When a tragedy like this happens. And then I think we just gotta go here. My vision of the pearly gates, at least. Do we not have a higher quality version of this? I guess not. Shocking, I know, that I would not have a higher quality image of the sacred tower of Lord Vizako. But you can just like walking up the stairs to salvation. Is that? Very high quality. Very, very high quality. I mean, I don't know how what's the scale of these stairs? How did I not make a high quality image of that? Probably because I just grabbed the this is impressively low quality, in fact. Like, it's lower quality than it feels like it should be, I've got to say. Did we accidentally do a non-uniform scale in there or something? Very bad. Or is there just a certain point below which the filter is not I don't know. I mean, you could kind of see this, like we're approaching the stairs. ready to ascend. You can choke this mat just a little. Can you choke a mat in here? Actually, I think you can't, which is dumb. I don't think you can choke a mat in. Now we're on a diversion here. I think why is this not the right? You have to be in the right mode, right? How do you what am I not remembering here? I see. Is this the issue? I thought you could. Its choke is not very good. I mean, this joke's already not even funny anymore, so I think we just are gonna soften things up on the sides. But it's not just a joke. It's how I want to pay. It's how I'm choosing to pay my respects. We got a little fuzziness just from the glow, from the heavenly glow. We all deal with grief in a different way. And if you remember, Grimbone taught us the 5 stages of grief, the third of which is identity theft. And so I'm kind of in the identity theft stage of grief. I wanted this to be like wispy clouds down here. We need like a good. Do I have? I think I actually do. Did I? I mean, when I made this ridiculous thing, I feel like we did have like some cloud brush thing. Is that true? We had all those Kyle's concept brushes for something. I thought I had a bunch of cloud ones, but maybe I got rid of them. Those Kyle brushes are good. Kyle, when it comes to brushes, Kyle knows brushes. Can't speak to any other, domains, but it's weird because that goes both directions. Anyway, I don't know. It's just how I choose to show my respect. Is that true? Oh gosh, I hope so. I could use a reward. I could use a heavenly reward. Okay, just a quick color correct, and then we're gonna get back to work. That's all. Or maybe like a quick curves, because we've got a lot of there's a couple things. Like there's no black in this image. Everything is actually sort of. I mean, that was by design, obviously. Definitely did that on purpose. You know how I would really do that. How would I choose to do that? Because you kind of want to. Okay, let's just, for no reason, I'm going to think about how I would do a certain thing in Photoshop. I think. Can you not do individual channel curves in? Yeah, so if you like pulled the reds up to here and pulled the greens up to here, you'd implicitly be leaving. Oh, can you not do like an arbitrary set of channels? Well, that's lame. I don't want to do it all. Do you have to do both? Would you have to do both a... That would be silly, but it seems to be the truth. Like you'd have to pull up greens and then, oh, then you switch to red. like that's not resulting in the my desired effect. Do I do this and then switch back to RGB? And now it's... Does this make no sense? Is it this? Is that the problem? I actually need to be pulling it this way. Is it just me having a misunderstanding? I don't think so. Just trying to pull up the blues, you know? It's not a crime. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Can I copy the layer mask? That's all I wanted to do. Just wanted to like a little bit of blue there. Okay. Well, okay, do we also... Okay, one more thing. I'm doing one more thing, and then I'm going to stop. Definitely going to stop. Just one more thing. Okay, but I think we have to... We've compromised our source material here. We do like the giant version up in the clouds. I mean, it kind of was like a cloud. This is a good use of my time, by the way. You might have wondered. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think of the big version in the sky? How do we feel about the big sky version? Yeah, we can add a little smoke to the pipe, sure. Of course we can. I feel like this is maybe not even big enough. I don't know. Are we getting the desired effect here? I'm not sure that we are, frankly. Like that's more like that softness on the edge. I feel like I want that. Like some little bit of gradation in the edge. Okay, and you want a little pipe smoke. Should we have a play every year for Lord Basco? Oh, you think the cloud? You think the one here? You think we want to like flip one or the other? I mean, I would believe that. I don't know how to do that, so I'm just gonna do this. Oh no! Oh no! Is there like a layer transform mirror or something? How do you do that, do you think? How do you, I mean, you know, a cool person way, which Photoshop probably won't do because it's not for cool people, would be to do a negative scale, but Photoshop is not good software, so you can't do something as simple as a negative scale. Um, there seems to be some insane constraint here. I guess we can just do this and just try to eyeball the, okay, what was the original width? Like 126 is what we're aiming for. I don't know, is it weird to have the sky fellow, like the earthly fellow looking towards the sky fellow? That's strange. That's his okay, good. And then you wanted some like this. Pick we need a good smoke plume, Draclin. You're the expert on this. Like this. Kind of like that. What do you think of this one? Or does it need to be more billowy? A ghost ship as well? I like that. How about this? Let's go with this one. Which is the smoke coming out of the giant one or the little one, or is it coming out of both? I mean, there's a lot of smoke billowing into the sky. A little hard to see. One more. Do I want screen instead? I think that's a little better. And like real, like you want to like this, like really billowing up to the clouds out of. Is that too? I mean, you know, it's a calm day. You want a ghost ship. Like a pirate ship? Like a kind of ghost ship are we talking here? Oh, like this kind of thing? Ghost ship made of smoke. I mean, this really seems to be like the one. It's on Pinterest. What else does Pinterest have to say for ghost ships made of smoke? Weird lips. What's your lips there? Good. It's a cool that Gandalf just wants to like get high with hobbits all day. So wait, is this who's blowing the ghost ship? Or was the ghost ship just like up in the clouds somewhere, like it was blown by this one? Just in the clouds over here. Okay. This is very pretty. I think I think the snow friend would have appreciated this. I do want to, I mean, I want this to be good. So I do think there's like a little more work we need to do with our curves on this particular. It's a tricky one because we kind of only want the curves to affect the, what's the right way to do that? Because this layer is normal, but it's transparent. So I think what we actually have to do is group this, make this 100% transparency, work on our curves, maybe remove the yellow, you know, like, that's not what I wanted. Like color balance, like pull some of that yellow out, and then pull up some of the I just don't want it to seem like the snow is dirty or anything. How's that? What? I'm a little overzealous here, I think. Okay. Well, still something not right with this, though. It's I think what it is we want to like really crunch in on the whites, and maybe that's a little better. In Photoshop? I don't know. Do I still got it? I don't know that gosh, thanks, Racklin. I mean, you mean real work like this, like real work like this is? It's been some time. Not the like whatever garbage of, you know, the time wasting I'm normally doing in Photoshop. Why is this opacity? Okay, it is. I'm just gonna pull this down just a touch. I mean, you know, it's just a little tribute, that's all. A reflection, wait, a reflection of what? A reflection of what? Reflection of what in the foil? Of this guy? Yeah. Of the well, I mean, just thinking of what that would look like. Of the back of. I mean, okay, is this actually the thing to do? Hold on, I think I know the thing to do. And you have to forgive me, it'll take just a moment, but I think I know what to do, and then I think we will call it done. Because there's like a slightly sort of sacrilegious thing going on here that I don't want that. Okay, this is like, you know, it's precision work, so I want to be sure. I mean, this is not, they don't teach you this on the first day of Photoshop school, for sure. Because the main reason they don't teach you is it's not a very good way to do anything. The impression that I want is that, there, what do you think of that? Like, now we're approaching the throne, you know? It feels a little more fitting to me. The snow person is not naked. They're now just facing towards the throne. What do you think is on the back of this? This is the back. This is the back. We already flipped the hat, so that is correct. Because like the snow person is walking towards the throne. It's wait a minute. I'm not okay. I'm willing to try. I don't think that Phil Powers, I don't think what you're saying is true. I'm willing to try. I think I see how to do it. Why? I have the layer, I put that layer mask on this group. Did I feather this layer mask? No. Doesn't make much sense to me. Did I nudge something incorrectly? Well, okay. So you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly, that because this is the back of the snow friend, that you want to see a little, you want to see some cheeks? Okay, we gotta be careful with how we do this because we don't want to be disrespectful. What would make for the better cheeks? Like this is very cheeky. That might be more cheeky than I'm willing to explore. Why am I losing this? You know, the lighting, I don't think is quite right. We got to think about, so the directionality of the light. Let me just blend this in. I don't know. I don't know about this. Is this disrespectful? Let me make it a little more subtle. I feel like it just didn't quite, I don't know, not quite. The real miracle is like the, I don't know, I feel like I'm failing you here. The real miracle is that the number of pixels I have to work with. That's the real triumph. You almost want to, you know what you almost want to do? You almost want to do this. Okay, wait, we got a couple, let's just address a few things. So I think we actually need, it's tricky. This is no longer valid. You almost need, okay, I'm gonna try one thing. And then the truth just may be that I don't have the skills required. Which would be sad to say, but it could be the truth. Why do I keep doing that? How about you? Okay. Like, really cheeked up, is that the term? Like what's the term? Calipigian? I mean, you see where I'm going with this. It's actually, was a challenge to get just experimenting with some lighting angles here. I think I prefer this way. I screwed it up. I mean, I don't know. This is. Is this disrespectful? I don't know that's reading. I've got to be honest with you. I just don't know that I'm able to make it work. The lighting, I feel like the lighting angle, I mean, we get these very soft Calipigian curves. But I just am not sure that I think it's reading. mean, you want some more roundness up here, right? Like you need a little bit of shading. Okay, so we can get out the dodge burn tool. The dodge tool specifically. We could try to add a little more contour, but it's so like a little bit of dodge there, just to get some roundness, and then a little bit of burn. Just like get those contours. Just like get some it's kind of a spherical. I don't know, everybody. Mixed feelings about this. I think that's gonna have to do. Yeah, a little bit chiaroscuro. Some consummate V's. Like I feel like I've lost a little bit. I'm gonna we're gonna do like a little touch of contouring, like just a little bit of burn. You don't get out the dodge burn tool all that out. I mean, maybe some do. I mean, but that's it's one of the sayings that like when you need it, right? Like there's times where it's just the tool for the job. You gotta be careful of our edges. Is this what they do at funeral homes? A little something like this. I think we need a little bit of this. Almost ready to like call this done, but I need just a little bit of. I mean, you know, one of the problems with the dodge burn is that it's kind of a one-way street, and it's easy to do too much, but it is destructive. Like the wiser thing to do probably would be to be like on some masking layer. Okay, I think we're gonna go with this. Now you can tell at least which direction the snow friend is looking. I do think we accidentally lost a little detail there, so I am going to throw in a little bit of a outer glow on our friend just for a little pop. Would I prefer it as a drop shadow? Because you could do like a zero distance and a little bit of spread here like this, just to separate. It's like you know, the idea is separating the subject from the background is an important thing. And then of course we'll make sure this has some coolness to it, but I think that's going to help kind of lift the subject off the background. It's probably a little too saturated, but you can see the difference that makes. That helps. I think it's going to help kind of pop them up. Okay. Still not, I gotta say, not entirely pleased with the color correction of the snow here. Okay, I'm gonna do we'll just need one more thing. We just gotta get in And what we want is just, we want to isolate, probably we want even just like hue saturation value. It will probably do the job. So we're going to want an HSV adjustment layer here. Just to pull out any. In fact, you know what we're going to do? This is what we're going to do. That just helps them live in this world a little more, you know, versus that. You don't want to overdo it because, again, we are concerned with like the subject. And in reality, you want to be careful to not, we don't necessarily want to affect the hat. Did that mask not take? Hello? Oh, that was working. And my opacity is just a little low. Okay. I think we can call this. Well, gosh, you know, we don't exaggerate here. It's just a little tribute. We just want to. That's all it is. Can I? This probably I can't do the thing I'm about to try to do, which would be to just. It's hard to say where this should go. Probably in your car. I mean, seems appropriate. That's great. That worked very well. Although, funnily enough, I wouldn't have expected it to do anything. Okay. Just a little tribute. How long did I spend on that? How long did I spend giving that snow person a butt crack? I realized I should have also put a shadow on the step. I mean, you know, these details, they take time. Oh. I missed them. Gosh, thank you. Thanks for that one last memory. Okay, Draclin, I want to thank you for art directing that. You did a very good job. I think you have what it takes to be an art director. I'm gonna just not save this, I think, because I don't think we're gonna. You didn't tell me to make it funnier. You also didn't tell me to like make the logo bigger. You didn't tell me to make the font bigger. And I appreciate all of that. Well, does anyone know what we were doing? I think we were just arriving at what? I think we were just arriving at the ability How did I get that ASDF there? Probably because I had not yet changed that. Okay, so now I have to think about networking. We want index, message, speed, duration. Index, message, speed, duration. Index, message, speed, duration. Don't forget. What if you can you do this? This seems like a thing it probably doesn't want you to do, right? Like, that's going to return a string. Do you think you can do, like, it would be so amazing if this just had, like, get an int value or something. Okay, we'll address this. We'll address these issues momentarily. Maybe. Sorry, what are we doing? I said that 45 times and I forgot. These are ints. This is the index. This is illustration. How did I break that? Good grief. Do you think there's like a good get from post, get param? Is there a way in here to like get an int param or something so I don't have to deal with this? Add an interesting header. Okay, I probably just have to deal with this, right? So a C++ actual string to int, not a char. So we can just use S2I. Is that going to work? Somehow don't trust it. Does that live somewhere dumb? But I probably have string. Do I though? Wait, okay, this string. What flavor of string is this? Yeah, this is not a... the W string, in fact. So it's not like a standard library string. Does it have some friendly... It would be my hope in my heart. Well, so I guess the thing I don't know... A to I is for individual characters, right? That's like ASCII. So I could... I need like an integer. Am I wrong about that? Isn't A to I like for an individual ASCII character? Oh, does it? Does A to I work with strings? Returns 0 if there's no valid conversion. Oh, well that could work. So the only issue is this is not a string, but I can get the C string out of this. There is a method to get the C string, but doesn't it seem like if they went through all this trouble to write this really fancy string class, like string sum helper? What do you think that means? I was just hoping there would be a right here. It exists in here. So I think we can just call it 2int or 2float on it. Scoreboard. So I have a friend named Sean Light who has a fabrication studio called High Order, and I work with him on projects sometimes. And he's working on a new space. Okay, so that was not that hard. And it's actually it's his current space. He's just kind of outfitting it. So can I just do this? Yeah. And he wants to build something like a kind of like a hybrid light fixture, but also with like the design language of like a big arena scoreboard. Like you'd have like, you know, this, but more old school, like maybe kind of this design language, vaguely. And so the whole upper part is really just kind of a static fixture. And then I'm going through way too much trouble to build this thing where there'll be this like LED crawl around of 3,000 LEDs that just can cycle through whatever messages they want. And it's ESP32, so you just connect to it. You just like shows up as a web page on your phone, and you set it to whatever you want. When he has clients in, they can play with it. The biggest reason I'm interested in doing it, because I've definitely spent way too much time for the little budget he set aside for it. I mean, it's not a terrible budget, but like for the amount of work, I'm going to end up making like $4 an hour or something. But the hope is that, you know, he does lots of like installs and fixture work for lots of different clients. And I think I would be interested, insofar as I have any interest in doing client work, which I have little. So tired of AR and VR stuff. And fortunately, the timing's perfect because no one wants to pay for that anyway. So I would like to, you know, see if just as part of my work that I do here and there for some like other kind of fixtures and install works with some fixture and install work, but with some interactive elements. For sure. I mean, the two reasons I took this on, let's say 3 reasons. One is because I like Sean and he was excited about it. 2 is for like to make this kind of a showpiece, to as almost like a spec piece to see if it could lead to more work in the future. But I've also learned a ton. Let's make it 5 things. Because I got more PCB practice, and we did this PCB fully in Fusion 360, and that whole process was really cool. I'm not sure if you saw any of that, Declan. The PCB process in Fusion 3. Oh, speaking of, did you set up your 3D printer? Are you 3D printing? You could have 3D printed sun-proof armor. Anyway, I think the PCB, I learned a lot about, I think, a more appropriate way I learned a lot on that previous thing for industrial taxidermy, but this one went through a lot of road bumps that required a lot of learning. So that was good, the PCB learning part. The power requirements of this are surprisingly crazy, just because these are 5 volt, it's 3000 LEDs that are, but they're powered with 5 volts. So that actually makes the current quite high. Just, you know, because current and voltage is related. And so it's high current. And so you have lots of concerns about current and wire gauge and all that stuff. And so it takes like 2 pretty substantial 300 watt power supplies to power everything when all of them are powered. So I learned a lot about like LEDs and LED powering and things like that. And then I also learned a whole lot about ESP32s, and I like them quite a lot. Like this little ESP32 is driving all the LEDs, and it's running a web server, and it's got a clock going for the timer, and we're going to add the persistent storage thing where it can store the data and all that stuff. So the ESP32 has really impressed me, because initially when I was building this, I was like, I'm gonna have to have like a Raspberry Pi running a web server and a TNC talking about all the LEDs. So I am actually really impressed that it's able to handle this, and with the driver board that I built, could handle a lot more. It could handle 4,000 LEDs, I think, without too much effort. Like, power is a concern at a certain point for sure. So the board is somewhat reusable, so we could use the board for other signage projects. It doesn't just have to be for the scoreboard. And then it has lots of reusable knowledge. But, you know, I can't buy groceries with knowledge. I wish I could, like, directly. If I could just go to the grocery store and be like, you know what, I'm never going to use PHP ever again. You can just have that. That's just yours. I hope. I feel like if I ever write a line of PHP again in the rest of my life, I have failed in some way. Anyway, I think this board turned out really nicely. There's some little touches that I thought were clever, like the mirroring of the directionality of the little ICs, because they support, they have a direction pen, so I could keep the board perfectly symmetrical. Anyway, whatever. It was, it's all pretty fun. It just would be cool if you know, paid $1 million. It doesn't pay $1 million. So the thing we were attempting to do It'd probably be smart to print all these things, but that would be so boring. But let's just do it. And then I'm realizing I have to leave very soon. What's happening? Okay, hopefully this is all good. And then we're going to need like display, set, message, and it's going to take index, message, speed, duration. That method doesn't exist, but it will someday. I'm a little worried about like the length of this. Do I want to use this weird string in our collection? I actually don't. But do I want to like dissect it here? I just don't want, I don't know. I want to use things I understand. Index, message, thing, feed, creation. This an int for now. What are you mad about? Const care. And then, so we're not going to get to the save load today. I don't think, but that's okay. And then we just want one of these, probably. This isn't actually a hack anymore. Turns out. Sometimes the hack turns out to just be the code. Okay, so this is going to be a little annoying, but this is going to be messages index dot stuff equals stuff. What do we call this? We'll just call that text length, probably. What are you mad about? It doesn't. Because we call it scroll speed. And so, where did we do the silliness? Here. So, oopsie. I think I can do this, right? Is everybody happy with this? Are we all good here? Order to a bound function may only, excuse me? Is that now you get the length of this? Oh, this a method? Okay. Draclin says this looks good. I got Draclin approval. Let's build and upload this. And then we'll have hit basically everything on our list except maybe like make it, you know, the thing where Sorry, I just got so distracted. We're going to order lunch after this. It's going to be the most exciting part of the stream. Except I'm going to order the same thing that I order every week because it's like an anchor for me. Okay, so this should start with our defaults. I don't know if this is going to actually work. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, it's going to maybe work. So, let's see. Draklin rules. Let's set message A to Draklin rules. I feel like that didn't work. And the reason I feel like that didn't work is because I didn't see any logging. Wait, it does? You see, you have like an Amazon banner ad on my video? Oh no, is that new? Okay, I feel like that didn't work. Draklin rules would have been message A. Draklin, I thought you told me this was going to work. But I keep looking up when I should be looking down. Oh, this is the, well, yeah, right, this. This would be the, that would be the reason. I'm not good. That's my fault. That's not, I'm not blaming you for that, Draklin. I'm blaming me for that. Okay. It's, I mean, you know. How much longer until Sudoku? So I am going to finish this, and then I have plans for lunch, and then I'm going to be gone a few hours, and then I'm going to come back, and we're just going to do nothing but Sudoku, and we're going to maybe talk about like what am I going to try to accomplish this month, because that'd probably be smart. It's funny, I guess it took so long. Okay, does this work? Or are we going to crash immediately? Place your bets. Draklin rules. Let's switch down here. And we're going to crash. Draklin rules. Draklin rules. Did you see it? Okay, let's set all of them to Draklin rules. With like different speeds. So we'll have like a really fast Draklin rules. Let's only show it for 4 seconds. Oh, let's try to change D while we're on D and see what happens. Did it work? I don't know if it worked. It doesn't seem like it's as fast as it's supposed to be. I feel like the speed doesn't feel like the speed changed unless that actually switched back to A while I wasn't looking. This rules, man. I'm pretty pleased with it. I like this. There are definitely things about ESP32 that are nightmare hellscape. But for like the extremely low price and the extremely flexible platform and the power, and it's like it's pretty hard to beat for all the things that it can do. It's pretty freaking cool. So now we have to test. Okay, there's the fast Draklin rules. Now we're going to test variable substitution with time. But I don't know. Why did that set to Draklin rules when I tried to set the message to weird? Okay, you know, there might be some bugs. It's a little hard to tell actually if it's like, there's some like, I can't quite decide how to describe it. Like, I can see a little bit of a glitch when I submit. Like when I click submit, there is a little bit of a glitch. Now, I am doing all these string operations now. And I'm doing all this stuff of like, you know, the find the parameter, convert it to a string, all of that kind of stuff. So I guess it's not too surprising. What's funny is it doesn't, that almost makes you think that it's not the problem. That it's not that it's just like blocking. Because the speed seems okay. Like when it's doing the fast scroll, it's just weird because I can just see some of the pixels just glitch. Which almost makes me think it's like Wi-Fi, not you know, that it's, so there's a couple options. One is that some of the stuff we're doing is slow and it just the timing somehow messes up the timing of the pixel refresh, or like somehow, I don't actually know how that's working. Like somehow, no, we have discrete places where we update the pixels. Trying to think of like okay, okay, well, let's think about this. Actually, I'm surprised we're not breaking something catastrophically, because again, this is a weird thing where I don't know when things happen necessarily. Oh, what I mean by that is like when that HTTP request thing comes in, maybe I do know that actually. Is there like a handle networking? There is. So, kind of. No, there isn't. So we have networking setup. We do. Okay, there is. No, gosh, I keep saying there is, but I don't know that there is. Like, we have to have a handler for the, like these server events, you might expect like, okay, well, somewhere we have to do like call a handle so we know this is the point where we're doing stuff, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be true. I do want to like plug this right now. This is just plugged into the computer. So I'm gonna do something. I want to plug it into a power supply just to see if that changes the rules at all. Like alleviates the flickering. But I need to think with my brain for a second about how I can do that without causing a ruckus. Okay, those hooks there. What's the least ruckus causing way to do this? It's not even that it's hard. It's just like I have overlapping dependencies on my desk. Why am I struggling with this? It's just a dumb thing of like, this is this. You know, this is USB and this is USB-C and this power is coming from here and whatever, but oh, I'm already using that power for another thing. And just trying to think of what is the least annoying way to deal with this. We may have to just reconsider the power. Sorry, everybody. And do this. And do this. Is this connector going to plug right in here? That'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. Oh, I plugged right in there. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Now this needs power. So to what do we want to hook it? Oh, let's do this. You'll love this. Actually, I can't do that thing that I thought I wanted to do. Okay, how are we going to power this dumb thing now? I mean, this is actually the thing I should be powering separately. Do we just do it and pull through the board? I think it's safe to do that. I think it is. I hope this doesn't. It's just a question of like how much current we can pull through this board, but we're only using a small subset of the LEDs, and not all of them are on at the same time, so it's probably fine. It's almost guaranteed to be fine. I'm just a little worried about it. Do I have a 5-volt pin available? I don't know that I do actually. On the board. That would be silly. Oh my gosh, why is this so complicated? I just need 5 volts. It's not too much to ask. But those are all ground and data. They just didn't expose. Okay, definite note to future me. Give yourself power and ground pins even if you don't think you need them, because you do. You do need them. Can we just do something bad like this? Don't do this. It's probably fine, but maybe don't. Actually, let's do this. How about this? Hook this to this. And then try to just shove this in here. Okay. So now we're just powered from the wall, which that is I think it's a 3 amp power supply. I'm a little worried about it's actually, I think it's fine. These are a little bit warm. That's a little bit warm too. Hopefully they stay just warm. Okay. I'm still getting it. Actually, but not always. It's like pretty intermittent. But I guess I don't know. Who do I blame? I don't think it's that important. I'm a little, I guess I would say I'm a little disappointed if it is just like, you know, whatever ridiculous things are happening to do. Maybe I don't want the async web server. Maybe that's the whole thing. Maybe I want a synchronous web server that just handles requests. You know, is that what do I want? Like, HTTP update, HTTP update server, HTTP update. Web server. People like web servers. Web server. So do I want like a I'm just like I'm slightly worried about the asynchronous of this. I feel like I picked asynchronous because I mean it just seems like the async server did a ton of stuff. Yeah, handle client. Huh. Let's find that async web server. ESP32 async web server. Just to see if there is some there's something I need to know. 31B? USB 31B. ACTCP. Latest Git versions. This is 2 years old, but I feel like there's a reason I picked the async web server, and now I don't know what it was. Like, why did I feel that was important? I think I thought that was a really good idea because then I knew the display wouldn't be blocked. But I almost would prefer that the display was blocked. You know what we do have in here is the weird this thing. Oh wait, we have a different. That's strange. Do we have a different? We have this one. Like, is this just a fork? I see. Okay, we gotta place lunch. We gotta place a lunch order. Okay, Draclin, what's for lunch? Just kidding. It's the thing I order every Wednesday. I have to order lunch for someone else, and they weirdly don't want the same thing every single time, so it really complicates my life because I am gonna get a Thai bowl. Easy. Kagas, how's it going? Okay, we're doing a couple things here. We're multitasking. We want a Thai bowl. I want it as is. I'll read the description to you. Baked organic tofu, garlic green beans, and steamed broccoli on brown or jasmine rye, topped with cilantro lime slaw and Thai lemongrass peanut sauce. Ah, it's very good. We're gonna get on the jazzy rice today. Also, obviously, large chips and salsa with all of the salsas. Obviously, chocolate chip cookie, oatmeal chocolate chip. I've had a request for the Hungarian mushroom soup. Let's try a cup of that. It's Laughing Planet, yes. I like Laughing Planet. What are we drawing here? What are we drawing on screen here? Okay, a cup of Hungarian soup. Okay, so I have a request for a harvest bowl. The Automod got you. I mean, there's been lots of attempts. Actually, this version allows for it. It's funny. So I did a version of the heat map for Twitch for an event they had in November. And like a major point of discussion was like, okay, how do we keep people from drawing genitals? And so I came up with I actually should just steal that because I don't know that they care and they haven't paid me for it yet. Okay, sorry, wait. Okay, sorry. I need a harvest bowl, sub cauliflower for the kale. What does that mean? Does that mean no kale, add cauliflower? So I want to do modified. These special instructions, outrageous. I want to do no sauteed kale. Do I have to pay extra for the cauliflower? Pay $1.50 extra if I'm taking away the kale? I'm just going to write it into these special instructions. It says no price altering substitutions, additions. But I think that cauliflower, sauteed kale, I don't know, we'll try it. We may not get away with this. Sub cauliflower. Let's spell flower. Cauliflower or kale, please. This is serious order I'm trying to place here. Yes, some ESP32 development. How's it going? Okay, sorry. I'm not even paying attention. I apologize. I'm trying to place a lunch order. So everyone who joined chat, I apologize. 11 loaves. How's it going? Yes, I made heat. Let's pick a better, while we're at it. I like the new tomatoes one. The tomatoes one is very good for, oh my gosh, alert. Oh, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Random clicks are fine. Yeah, I'm doing ESP32 for this thing. Let's switch down here. But did I break it? I might have broken it. Okay, sorry. Just trying to order. I got to place this lunch order. It's very complicated. We want Hungarian mushroom soup. We want a large chips and salsa, mild green, medium red, hot habanero sauce. We want a Thai bowl, as is with jasmine rice. We want a harvest bowl, modified. And we need to, because we want to sub, and we're just praying like hell that they let me do this without charging an extra $1.50. Sub cauliflower for kale. And I said, please. Oatmeal chocolate chip cookie. The price total is upsetting to me. I'm upset. But this is a once a week treat. We're just going to move forward with it. So we need to change the order time. So actually, I just found out my lunch plans got postponed, so we can stream a little longer. We're going to pick up at 3:30. Love this tomato party. Okay, did I get everybody's order? Are we all good? Oh my gosh, life is yours. How's it going? Oh yeah, wait, when you told me about the Twitch paints with heat, you didn't know that I made heat? That's funny. Oh, paper planes would be cool. 30 packets of ketchup. You got it, Draclin. So actually, the next thing I was thinking of making, I kind of want to make like a asteroids, where there's always asteroids around and people can just blow them up into smaller asteroids. And they're just constantly on the screen blocking anything useful. Okay, last chance. Hungarian mushroom soup, large chips and salsa, Thai bowl, harvest bowl, oatmeal chocolate chip. We're going to pay the credit card. I actually want to pay with a different credit card though. So let me try to not show this credit card on stream. Let's go back here for just a moment, and then we'll get back to work. I gotta place this order. You think it's gonna let me? Wow, it did. Wow. That is too much. Okay, everyone, appreciate your patience during this difficult time when I'm trying to place a lunch order. Oh, the dog would be, yeah, definitely get that dog in there. Oh, Game of Light makes me sad. That was like I feel like that was the first COVID death that really kind of hit me, was Conway. So we have like, let's say like timer 30 minutes. Okay. Okay, back to work. The thing we were dealing with is we decided we didn't want the ticker library. So we were dealing with, actually maybe 30 minutes might be enough time to try to cram in persistence really quickly. I know we lost Conway, we lost Draclin's snow friend. It's been a tragic few years. It really has. Life is yours. I don't even really see you appear out of nowhere. I thought since you were a busy young professional, it's just so rare to see you here anymore. Okay, so can we just like not do this and do Sudoku instead? Okay, so I'm able to send, this is our only variable substitution right now, which is the time. I guess we could do other things like the date. But let's try to do the persistent storage thing, right? So it's called, that particular library is the preferences library. And so I have not used this one. Prefs to, so a counter, that's probably easy, right? So it's just a way to write to, so it is interesting. So you can namespace it. So you can have a namespace, and you can set okay, that seems pretty easy. The like end and begin is a little surprising. I think it is, it seems like it's heavy to do that. So I'm actually expecting our issue of our like lockup issue to be even worse. Because not only will we be doing all the crazy, that's pretty funny, so just restarts forever. All of the whatever string shenanigans. Yes, I did watch that video. It was cool. It was a very like our place vibes. Oh, life visitors, get a magnet. Wait, is everything you're typing getting taken by Automod? It could be the Twitch is broken. Weird. I mean, I don't think my mods have ever done anything. Ever. My mods are, it's pretty a like, the only reason I have mods is because then life is yours gets a cool sword. That's basically it. That's like, please don't apologize for your Danish. But I'm sorry, I don't know. I think, I don't know. I feel like periodically when I log into Twitch, it's like, hey, here's a new moderation feature. Do you want it? And I probably just clicked yes. And it might be like some kind of anti-Danish thing. So, okay. So wait, sorry. Did you post the link to the video again? Because you posted it last time. Or on another time you were an Imager link. Oh yeah, there it goes. Yes. The one, oh, is this Automod just yelling at you constantly? But it's weird because like I'm seeing your message. I mean, I don't know how to do anything on Twitch. I really don't. I mean, like the like twitchy kinds of things. Yes. So the Arduino ESP32 module is actually not bad. And so just to quickly run through the idea here, because I haven't described it. So I have a friend who's working on a fixture that's kind of like an arena style scoreboard, something in this visual language. But it's like a light fixture kind of sculpture for a space. So it's just like informed by this, but it's not this. Hot ticket. And so part of the design is he wants a crawl. He wants like a text crawl around. And so I have all these panels, all of these panels that I've got a bunch of 12 of them. So it's a total of like 3,000 LEDs. I have the text crawl going. It's all working. It's all good. But I'm setting it up so he can like easily from his phone change the message. So there's 4 buffers and it'll cycle between them. There's some variable substitution, like you can show the time, like you see ticking here. I don't know if you can see over here, the time is ticking. Or you can scroll messages or whatever. So but I think that we're seeing everything you're saying. Because I'm not seeing anything that says held for mod. The only thing I said was when you used the word cock was the only time I saw any moderation. Oh, on the spacer. So we talked about that a lot, and I actually, I did design and print one like you suggested, and I like it. He and I discussed quite a bit what the takeaway was, and we decided for this particular thing for 2 reasons. One, he liked the dot aesthetic a little more, which I know it's blown out on the video, but it's pretty legible in person. Just as like more like an old school kind of sports signage is like a visual language he really likes. But also when we were talking about it, we were talking about these are flexible. So we're going to build them with a radius. And so, and I told him like, it would be pretty annoying to 3D print those, not impossible, obviously, but to like nicely 3D print those with the radius, have the radius with the 3D printed little grids, but a like grid radius with the offset that made sense. So anyway, very long, needlessly long story short, we decided for this to go with the pure dots, probably even without a scrim in it, and just let them be dots. And then for another project, I actually want to build a panel for the wall back there, kind of inspired by that coffee table you showed, a little bit different. But so this is all working. I think we're sending data. We have the parameters we want. It's relatively straightforward. The thing we can't do right now is have the data persist between boots. Like if I unplug this, how do I do that without causing harm? So unplug it over here and unplug it there and plug it back in. Then I should come back in a moment. It takes a while to come up. I'm blocking the display. I probably shouldn't do that. I'm basically like blocking until Wi-Fi comes up. So this time is the second. This is hard coded basically. And then it's going to go through C, 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 D, 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 A, 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 A. And we can set those through this little web interface. Hi. Nope. And so this is all working. It's all fine. We're just not persisting the data yet. And so I'm just looking at the implications of that. Oh, so it's actually, oh, that's interesting. So hang on. It is just, you begin the namespace. To store a structure. So this is an array of 2 of these structs, essentially, right? There's a very weird way to set this, but okay. So this is like 9:30 and then 2 integers, 9:30 a.m. and 8:15 p.m. with 2 integers, and then just putting that with a size of content, which is fine. So we have this is actually an array of structs. So we put that in. Cast the data. It's kind of weird. Why do I have to do this? Like, why can't I just get the bytes back into where I want the bytes? You think I can? Or do you think I think I'll have to do this because of I'm a little confused, gotta admit. So anyway, let's just work through it. So my fear is that, I mean, it even says that the non-volatile storage is heavy to interact with. And so we may have issues, but let's just start doing stuff. Play load messages or something. Yeah. I don't know. Let's just like start feeling our way through this. How's that sound? So preferences, I think we just have this. So we have to do that preferences begin with a namespace. And then surely we have to pair that with an end somewhere, right? Actually, they're not. But I'm going to. Oh, what if you, can you do that? Just like never? What if you, can you never end? Is that okay? Can I never end? It kind of sounds like, yes, so that is totally working. I can set, yeah, I can go, this web, it's not currently, but it will be, is also hosted on the ESP32. It all works. I just, if you set it and then you restart it, you lose the data. So I just need to use the non-volatile storage offered by the device. And the only thing, which seems relatively easy, the only thing that's I'm a little worried about is just like the performance hit of doing that when you set something, which is probably fine because it's only when you're setting it. So that's a little weird. And then also, we're not just setting like a key, you know, it's kind of designed for, I mean, looking at it, I didn't design it, but it looks like it was sort of designed for just pretty simple, like almost like a key value store, like very literally like a key value store. But that's not how I want to use it. I want to, it looks like we also have the way, it looks like there's also this method that lets you just like stick a bunch of bytes in there. But I just am confused, a little bit confused. Whether I can like, there's probably some way. I'm not very good at C or C++, by the way. So they have this intermediate buffer that they're then casting. I guess is the only thing where it's just like, I don't really know why you need to do that. But just to go by purely, if we just went by the rules, so schedule is our key. Put bytes schedule. I'm a little confused. Is that get bytes or put bytes? Is that like the namespace or is that an individual key of the namespace we're in? Does it matter? So like we could get the byte length. It does say key. So presumably that's different than the namespace. I think we're gonna have to like, the weird thing is gonna be, it's gonna be mad if this is 0. Is that okay? I guess that's worth checking. So then like sort of like, that's interesting. If, so you're looking at the bytes you got back. Well, even before you are, the data fits the size. I don't know if I care though. Well, no, I want to I want to be able to like turn on this sign and it's running and then people can play with it through their phones, you know, and that's all working. But if like somebody sets message 1, message 2, message 3, and it's all working and they like it, and then the system reboots, all their messages are gone. So, or maybe that's what you're asking. Maybe that's what you're asking. So yeah, I essentially, there will be hard-coded defaults here, but those should only exist if the storage has never been written to. I guess. But if the storage has been written to, then it should use those on subsequent reboots. Yeah. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood what you were asking. So you would assume that the buffer length would be equal to what? The size of whatever our, so that little check, I mean, I don't know, do you care? I don't care that much. But we do probably want to say like, or maybe a better way to put it is that if it is greater than 0, then something like this. And then, I mean, you know, we have a slight problem that we've never written anything there. So you could just say like, let's just write it at this point, and let's do that now, I guess. Like if you haven't, if there's nothing in the data or in the, whatever it is, NVS, let's write it. So is the put bytes. So this is where I'm just gonna like be a little confused. What can all you put? Put bytes into the key, which is also our namespace, I guess. I don't like that. So we want to put bytes. Messages, size of messages. Can I do that? Seems so. So I don't know that I need to cast that to anything other than what it is. And kind of the question is sort of like references.get bytes, if that is also going to be true. This really should be like if buffer length is equal to the size of messages, right? And if it is, we will get bytes. One problem with this, with a lot of these libraries here, is I don't know that they're well documented somewhere. It may be, but I've only really, on some, at least on some of the others, I've really only found documentation just by looking through the code. So we want to get bytes, messages into messages with the buffer length. So let's just try this, and if it has worked the way we expect, if it has worked the way we expect, the first time we restart, we will see no saved messages. And so we'll put bytes there. And then we'll restart it again, and we should see it load the messages. Maybe. That sounds reasonable. We got a few minutes to go. We'll probably have to stop the stream. Okay, I do want to, I need to get back into the habit of raiding. Does anyone have a suggestion for whom to raid? Terry Darts doesn't think I know how to use Twitch, but I've heard the word raid before. And it just seems like, I don't know. Is somebody doing something cool? Is anybody I follow streaming? Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, well, this is not plugged in. That would be part of the problem, is you not always, but you usually want to supply power. Or sorry, to plug in the thing you're trying to program over USB. Maybe that works. Coding Garden. Terrier Darts, you said, and I quote, Scott doesn't know anything. Period. Second sentence. He especially doesn't know anything about Twitch. Period. Exclamation point, comma, interrobang. I'm just saying, you're right, first of all. Second of all, we could, oh, we don't have a common ground here. How do we address that? It's the easiest way to address our lack of common ground. Let's have one. Let's just get a common ground. Wait, what is that? Okay, that's fine. Let's ground here. Life is Yours taught me everything I know about electricity. It still didn't work. Oh wait, okay, there it is. Wow, but we didn't get the time, so that's weird. I don't know that I've ever had that happen. The time just didn't load. Weird. Why? I don't think I've had that happen before. Where it's just like, oh, sorry, I couldn't get the time. Okay, so did we? No, we didn't, because in it. Oh boy, we didn't call this. So, you know, let's get rid of this. Let's try this again. This time it's gonna be good. Terriers, my very favorite breed. Cute and cuddly, easy dogs to feed. Go Terry, go Terry, go Terry. Life is Yours, how's your PSP? Did you learn how to play variant Sudoku on your PSP? Wait, was it a PSP or a Vita? I already forgot. I barely know the difference. Okay. PS Vita. Okay, sorry. No saved messages. So let's restart and see if we have saved messages. And by restart, I just mean unplug this for a second. And then plug it back in. That was maybe not the right thing to do. Sorry. It's kind of working. I think if you could, can you find a way to play variant Sudoku on the PS Vita? Actually, do you think I could play it on the Steam Deck? I can, because Sudoku Pad is on Steam, right? Wait, did that? Oh shoot, I forgot to do the thing. Sorry, let's restart it from here. Add a wireless charger to the Vita. Yeah, didn't you get some wireless chargers that were just like the little induction pads? I thought you bought some of those in a way that they looked very sketchy. Oh no, is the stream dying? Oh yeah, only the emitter? We'll just get the opposite. Get the other half of the set. Okay, I think we got it though, right? That said loading messages. So I think in principle, we have, we've done the thing. Let's look over here. Okay, it doesn't actually work right now, but the foundation is there. And the only thing that is missing is we need to call the message right whenever we do a message update. I have like 3 minutes before I have to leave. Do you think I could write that in 3 minutes with no errors? Display, save messages. Can't be that hard. Just this, right? The put bytes. Yeah, that's all, right? Just cram this in here. Easy. Easy. And now whenever we get a, whatever that thing was called, the set message thing, what was that called? Anytime we set a message, we save the messages. Okay. If this works, I'm going to be astounded. Okay. Wait, does that mean you ordered it or you're correcting something you said previously? Uh-oh. What's wrong? Oh, this is the fun thing. You know. It's kind of weird though. I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay. We have 1 minute and 17 seconds left. Is this going to work? Is it going to work? Is it going to work? Is it going to work? Time's running out. I should have also put a reset button on this. Also lesson learned. Put power and put a button. Okay, loading messages. Okay, so we are going to set message A to the time. But I think I was too slow. Set message B to the time, message C to the time, and message D to the time. So everything should be showing the time now. Wow, that message save is, I think, really slow. That's the timer. Okay. Did it work? Here's the moment of truth. We're going to switch here. We have time ticking away. We will restart the ESP32 by unplugging this and probably messing things up. Yes, we did. There's got to be a better way to do that. It has an enable pin. Oh, I could make a restart button from the web interface. That would be not a bad way to do it. Okay. Really hope this comes back with the time. It hasn't come back at all yet. I think hopefully that's just the MDNS thing being slow, or Wi-Fi. It came back with the time, but the time is 0. So it worked, but it also didn't work. Wait, did I freeze this camera? Oh, I froze the camera? How did I do that? I froze the camera. So you don't even know what's going on, do you? How did I... Good grief. I think it was like a power thing because I'm doing stuff. At least the mouse still works. It's still frozen. No, it isn't. I was like, it's still frozen. Guys, what kind of music am I into? I have pretty broad musical tastes, I would say. The only music I don't like is any music that Grimbone likes. I don't like because it sounds like a barking dog. You know, like I really don't. I don't like modern country. I love real country western music, but like modern country music is bad, and I don't really like death metal. Bring Me the Horizon. I haven't. Should I check them out? Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Bring Me the Horizon. Well, I love this look. It's a great look. Is that you? the genre here? Deathcore. Early deathcore. Kingsley. Okay, I'm gonna go. Sorry, I have to run. However, we are gonna try to do a thing, right? We're gonna try to do a raid for once. I've not raided anyone in so long. Does that mean me a bad Twitch citizen? Okay, anyway. First of all, thank you everybody. Thanks for everybody who stopped by. Did this work? Can we do this? Thank you. If your name is Terrier Darts, your name is Draklin. Draklin I am. Sorry for your loss. But Owen Chris was from yesterday, so I feel like this is broken. Ben's from last night too. Anyway, whatever. I think it doesn't. I think the reset is not working on the credits. Phil Powers we did see today, which was a pleasure and a surprise. Dab the Coder, thank you. Kagez, thank you, and thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. 11 Lopes, is that how I say that? I don't know how to say it. I apologize. And D-Shot, and of course, Life is Yours, the best. The best. Okay, I'm gonna raid right now. How do I do it? Do I type /raid? With, who did you want me to raid? Coding Garden? Is that a hentai stream? So you go /raid Coding Garden. Okay, so what is it when you raid somebody? What do you do? Should I like bring up the video or something? Like, what is the right etiquette for a raid? Please teach me. Is it normal to host somebody after raiding them? Life is Yours. What Life is Yours is my Twitch expert. I'm just gonna go over to Coding Garden over here. Muted. Oh, but his mustache is better than mine. Okay, do I do the raid? When do I do the raid? Do I do the raid when I stop? Like, do I say like goodbye and then I raid, or should I raid right now? What's the answer? Just raid right now. Okay. I'm trying to emulate their mustache. Okay, I'm doing it. Are you ready? Raid has been created. We're raiding Coding Garden.
We could, I guess we could, instead of increasing by 1, we could randomly increase by
What's this virus and threat protection thing going on? Okay. Did it work? Okay, I don't... Wait, okay, I did it. I did it, I clicked the button. Okay, okay. Sorry everybody, I'm bad at Twitch. We're learning. We're learning together.
I guess end time? And Scott made this. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
Okay.
I don't know if I've seen your stream before.
Oh no, or is it like a
file just takes some random time, which will make the progress bar and everything else jitter.
I'm gonna say have a great. Wait, how do I? Isn't there a timer? Wait, did you say there would be a timer?
Yes, I thought we were doing that.
I'm so bad at this. Okay, I'm saying goodbye to everybody. But I thought there was a thing that was like. Okay, maybe it's all done. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.